right, we don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood? Well, you better. Commander Akande's entire operation is resting on your shoulder. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig. For the sake of the settled systems, that minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why. Yes, of course. I'm sorry if I brought up any painful... one last thing. A bit of good news, actually. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts. It's not generous, it's motivational. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden, and with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. I'll be here if you have any more questions.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Do you need me for something?
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete.
Hey, you might want this.
Hey, so I thought you might... Yes, of course it's for you. Anyway, I figured you might... Don't worry about it. If I see anything on out... Living in the ground or caves has been a classic human maneuver since our species branched off.
Zirconia may be rough around the edges, but it is utterly monumental for humanity.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy. And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC Security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me? Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
Well, hang on there. We haven't even started to negotiate yet.
All I'm going to point at is the ceiling, with my middle finger. Get that stuff out of here before UC Security catches on. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Glad we could put things into perspective.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away. Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. Yeah, well, she isn't running the show here. I am.
That wasn't part of our deal. But I bet you're about to say it's a non-negotiable addendum.
As a matter of fact, yes. Yes, I am. Non-negotiable addendum. I like that. Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable.
Never. Sorry. Thinking of something else. Yes, Captain.
Hey.
I can't believe we're still pulling up huge mineral deposits after all this time.
Something I can help you with? Adler Kemp. Who the heck is that? Adler, you said? No. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to... Hey now. Take it easy there. let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Hmm? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler? Yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else. I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Hmm? Sound good? Yeah? Well, look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone.
Technically, there are several natural geologic phenomena that can stimulate the blood effect.
I'm a miner for Deimos. It's not what I was hoping for out of life. But here I am. Yeah, it's a lousy company. Pays me a salary. But I depend on the profit-sharing bonuses to keep food on the table for my family. Hey, now wait a second. Just because things are tough, and I might be spending my afternoons at the spear, it doesn't mean I don't care about my family. Adler doesn't get to judge me. No, he's just a low-life pirate who thinks he can push everyone around. What games? Why are you doing this to me? I don't have the money. Sure, I guess I could ask for a 7-day shift. I don't know. How dare you try? I hadn't thought of that. Huh. Maybe if I rounded up some of my buddies, we could hit him when he wasn't expecting it. Huh. Yeah. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the debt. I didn't have much of a choice.
Something for me? There, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message? Nice, nice. You're kind of a natural at this. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. You think you can handle running with my, associates? That's what I'm talking about. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say.
Yourself with a loose grip on your equipment. One of those.
stars, Captain.
Struts retract. Let's get out of here. Achieving orbit now.
You're good enough to join our crew. We'll see. When the waters get deep, it's so. Before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little... There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. It's done. Head back here when you're finished.
Ava isn't joking. I hope we aren't either.
Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner, too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody... I've been tracking Rick for months. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his...
with his crewmen. Maybe we can work something out. Well, normally I would say no, but frankly it will be safer for us that way. Alright, you can dock. We will talk then.
Not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. That is not something I am going to do, not until you reveal your... As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. You want him? You're going to have to kill me. Now, do you mind telling us what? You really do not know which one of us is Rake, and you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port. That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
This unpleasantness aside,
thank you for letting
people
us go.
of New Homestead will be
So you're the
grateful
fleet's new
for these
dog, huh?
supplies.
You've got my attention, Captain. Okay. Right.
We've detached. Let's get out of here.
Damn Mercs just don't know how to take a hit. Hey, Brooke, wanna help me with some target practice?
Tagged their grab drive, and you took out their jump drive. Blown out their grab drive. They fixed their jump engines. Enemy's grab drive back online.
Don't know who you're messing with!
Damn it. They've regained their jump capability. Grab drive is online. Their jump system's up. Including their grab drive back.
That's for complete? Let's go!
Their grab drive's down.
Thanks for the help with the Cliptic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Rakana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate. I don't like complication. Bullshit. My source was rock solid. Your story stinks worse than Adler Kemp. And that son of a bitch. So choose. Your next... Not your call. The fleet needs to be able to trust that you can follow orders. That being said, you saved my ass with Ecliptic. And decent pilots are tough to find these days. So, guess what? It's gonna cost you extra. Jettison those supplies I know you grabbed from the Regana. I was gonna let you keep them. But now, consider it payment for the hit I'll have to put on Austin Rake. And more importantly, for wasting my time. Now you see how it works. I give in anyway. You wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yep, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rake's taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna... Yeah? Last person who said that was Rake. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you... I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me...
I guess that makes you a pirate of the Crimson Fleet. All that's left to do now is to get yourself an eye patch and a parrot.
Vigilance indeed. So many of these fine folks joined Sys-Def due to tragic circumstances.
I had a friend on the Regana. I hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave.
We hunt piracy all across the galaxy.
You have permission to speak freely. We got the message from the Regana about Austin Rake. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for. That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role you're playing means having to make hard choices. Just remember not to lose yourself in the part.
We wouldn't be the good guys if we did.
Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, you should know we were the ones that hired Ecliptic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue ensured that would not be a problem. But a gamble that hopefully paid off. On that note, how did things go with Neva? Were you able to join the fleet? Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. Yes, you pass your first step, but before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing, or she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
I wonder if the files mention any of his poker tales. Pirates and gamblers are basically part of the same genus.
You will be thankful you did the homework when it comes time for the test. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports.
We got a wager going over whether the fleet would let you in or leave you for dead. And, what's it?
Captain, it is.
Oh, home, sweet home. Now where did I leave my cozy slippers? Maybe I didn't bring them.
All green on release. We're free to fly.
30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something? Never apologize. Not if you want anyone in the fleet. And if they don't respect you, put a gun to their head. But all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to... Pencils ready? This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. You think? And that's only part of it. I'll let Delgado fill you in on the whole story. He tells it better, but I can give you the short version while we walk the
I love tours. Gift shop last this time, though, right? I want to stay full.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key, but it's better if I show you too. All right, history time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? We've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
All right, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aww. And you always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the Key.
About time you brought us new blood, Neva. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Elutra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook. Where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the Key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners grabbed the Key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, Queen of the Rare Exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way? Oh no. Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance. Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss.
Don't
On
even
the
try
right,
to rip me off.
got Bradley from
I
the
know
trade
value
authority.
when I see it.
I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our vet mail, run by the one and only Sabina. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you know? You coming, bro?
My prices may be high, but these goods ain't exactly easy to find.
Where you at?
See anything you like?
Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shane Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rake? I'm working on it, all right? Just ran into a few complications. But trust me, he's as good as dead.
So you say. We'll see about that. Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. Pursuing Rake is costing us a small fortune.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. I see the bomb as a symbol of my importance, and it's a constant reminder to everyone of the sacrifice I was willing to make. The freedom I've given up, the pain, it's not something that just anyone has the resolve to bear.
Everyone has their way of ingratiating themselves. Personally, I'd prefer to gift a bottle of wine and a slice of Pule cheese. But to each their own.
Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key, Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Ryujin would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner.
I always thought heat leeches were just pests. Never
You're
considered trying to raise one as a pet. Imagine.
All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be... The perfect segue into my final... Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core. If Neva's chosen one... No, I believe that covers all I have to say. So you can take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. If dealing with the Ragana was at the limit of your capabilities, then you are already in too deep to quit. And I can promise you, you'd only get... All right, let's get... When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself.
Hey, if you've got a problem, I can decorate that wall behind you with your brains. Room could use a little color.
It's all right, neighbor. I admire this rook's backbone. Takes a lot of guts to crack jokes with the threat of death staring them in the face.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's pack your cold weather gear, rooks. Where we are going?
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfires.
Crix's legacy is no story, neighbor. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crixus' legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC Sistef. Exactly. Okay, enough discussion. To that end, since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there.
Anything I can help you with, Captain? You're carrying a lot. You want to take a moment to shuffle? Around?
Always listen to Delgado, unless you want to get keel-hauled across the key. The fleet protects our own, but you turn against us, and you're dead. UC'll never crush the fleet. They'd have to catch us first.
If you need credits, hit up the mission boards at the core.
So this is the key. I'm honestly impressed they managed to keep the thing operational.
Well, I'm not gonna ask if you diverted power from them.
Nothing like the smell of a dead shark after you cook them with an energy.
We're free and clear for flight. Good to go for landing.
Used to wonder if life was unique to our world. Not all. Is it not? But it seems to take every opportunity to emerge.
About time you got here.
I told you were wasting your time, Del.
That is why we're here. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your mouth shut.
Fine.
All right, listen up, because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative. It's so simple, even a rook like you can't screw it up.
Hold on, no scrapping. How the hell am I supposed to make money around here?
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one simple rule. When you're on a job, you do exactly what I say. No questions asked. If that doesn't work for you, just say so, and I will leave you on this ice ball without a ship. You will be dead within hours.
Yeah.
Oh, your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison, but I will be damned if I'm letting them in.
You go on now. I know how to handle myself on ice-ball planets. Trust me.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so...
Hey, Captain. Need help with anything?
Over already? Oh well.
Wait, what was that? Big mistake!
Muscle time!
What?
Hey, this isn't over. Come and get it. Just stand there and knock. Oh, I got this. I'm so ready for this. Are you? My favorite part.
Here we are. The place where Jasper Griggs laid the groundwork for finding the legacy and eventually the Crimson Fleet. The lock.
Yeah, he needs to get this thing open like...
Then crank up your suit heat, Mathis, because it's probably not going to get much better once we are inside. All right, let's keep moving. Standing. This ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off. We are in. Let's go. First time I have been inside this part of the lock, so keep your eyes open. See anything unusual, call it out. If it's hostile, take it down. Couldn't be simpler.
How many people did the UC stick down here now?
A couple of hundred at least. Might not look like much, but it was better than trying to survive on the surface.
Not much better. Even with the heating on, this place looks like a goddamn dump.
Now you know why the prisoners got fed up and looked to Griggs to lead them out of here.
And that's how the Crimson Fleet began. Yeah, we've all heard the story.
It's not a story, Mathis. It's history. Remember that. Now, keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. freezing our asses off and you are wasting time as... first time I've been inside this part of the lock, so keep your eyes open. See anything unusual? Hostile?
How many people did the UC stick down here, Dal?
A couple of hundred at least. Might not look like much. It's better than trying to survive on the surface.
Sure. Must have been awful. Better them than us, though, am I right?
Wait, shut up a second. Did you hear that?
The heck?
Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
Yeah, and their buddies probably heard us firing from about a kilometer away. Hallelujah. If we weren't on this job with Delgado, I'd drop you for saying that.
Enough already! I should have known better than to bring both of you at the same time. Now let's see. Looks like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer area, but everything is locked down tight. Since you are such good friends, Why don't you and Mathis head up to that control room and see if you can get some more of these doors open?
Well, this is just great. The hell are we supposed to do now? Yeah, sure. I've got a few spare months. Let's face it, Well, yeah, we'll get to that. For right now, we use this opportunity to take out Delgado, and at the same time, make some serious... We bide our time, and when the moment's right, we hit him. Even the almighty Delgado. Oh, come on. We're just a couple of rooks. Let's pretend for a second Delgado's correct. And there's information here about Crix's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we'll dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever we find to Neva. We'll be... No. We're going to be handing Neva leadership of the Crimson Fleet on a platter. She'll be thanking us. I mean, come on. I'll bet you a month's share that he's never been this vulnerable. It's... Oh, fine. You know, for a second there, I was almost starting to respect you. Now, let's find a way out of here. I guess that's one way
Hello? Can either of you hear me? So the two of you made it, huh? Well, brush the dust off, and we have obviously been cut off, so I need you to do two things. First, I want you to keep looking for a way to open the rest of the doors down here. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. And second, try and dig up whatever you can about Jasper Crix. You both got that? Yeah? And tell Mathis not to get any bright ideas, or I will gut.
No way you need all that junk.
It's amazing this entire place hasn't collapsed by now. Can't believe this is where the fleet started. It's history, man. Blows me mind.
So, have you changed your mind yet? Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they've probably ripped him to shreds by now. Did the job for. And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty. Of all the people to get trapped here with, why the hell did I get stuck with you? Fine, have it your way. So, now that we've made it to the guard tower, what's our next? Keep doing what we've been doing. Right. I suppose we should start off by searching the tower for the location of Crix's cell. If he stashed any useful information, Cell D03118. Okay. It's a place to start, I guess.
I would hate to have been one of the guards. There's got to be a way out of this goddamn place. You're slowing us down! Here I thought we were going to be doing something fun, like rob a bank or something.
hear that? Nah, never mind. This place is starting to get...
Today, I bumped into someone in the mess hall yapping about a ship carrying a fortune in credits. I know it's usually bullshit, but he seemed to have details. After striking up a conversation, I found out the ship was a Galbank transport named Legacy that went down in some remote system during the war. This is exactly the score I'd been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter to let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll help the mining detail slip into the utility closet in the ventilation room. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes on all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account.
Delgado was right. Criggs must have hit the Galbank transport and stashed away the money or something. Play this right, and we're gonna be filthy stinking rich.
Okay, Carter. Confirming that the latest code to the utility room is 486111071. The mining crew tells me it'll take them a week to cut through the ice, so I'm giving you that long to square your end of the plan. When the tunnel reaches the armory, I'll get my people to start a riot. When you hear the fireworks go off, get your ass to the shuttle bay. We get one shot at this. If we play our cards right, this gets us one step closer to that fortune that went down with the Legacy. You report any of this to the guards, well...
That's bullshit. You gotta leave some things behind.
stuff down here to rot. Poor bastards. While we're picking through the trash, might as well grab some good stuff for ourselves. Was this an armory? Looks like they cleared this place out. Well, well, what do we have here? Give me a sec. This ought to come in handy. All right, let's keep moving. If we get out of here, remind me to thank Delgado for hanging us out to dry. I swear, I am never putting ice in my drinks. They aren't paying us enough to be poking through this scrappy. Looks like this was the warden's office. They built the office right next to the shuttleway for quick escapes, I bet.
Finally, I was about to give up. Pick up on the intercom. Any idea how long I have been waiting? Use the warden's intercom near the window. Quit screwing around and pick up. Where have you been? I hope you found something because I am getting sick and tired. I knew it! Everyone said I was out of my mind, but something told me we'd find the answer.
Hey, what the hell? This is bullshit, Delgado. I helped plenty.
Is that Mathis? Tell him to shut up. I will deal.
Whatever.
Okay. Now, are we? I'm looking at schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Don't worry about your ship. I will send some people down to get it. You just get your ass on that shuttle and get... According to the schematics, there is an emergency evacuation exit. Then it's just a quick run across the ice to my ship, and I'll probably still beat you to the... Good answer. You're learning fast. Okay, let me see. Shuttle bay activated. Yup. Let's got it. Might take a while, though. You have done a hell of a job, Rook. We will talk when you get back to the...
Why the hell did you lie to Delgado about me? You... Hey, come on. I was just looking out for both of us. I could have cut you out of the deal, but I didn't. Right. Look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like... Yeah, of course. Now, let's get that.
since we mined together, don't you think?
Nice clean dock, Captain.
Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat. I've been thinking a lot. Got me pretty nostalgic, and I started digging in some old... I found some of Irvin's last messages to me and thought I'd listen to them again to hear his voice. It was surreal. So, most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity. But one thing... In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. He said something terrible was happening there. But the message was garbled after that. True, but this was different. I recognized this pattern from the war. A portion of them... Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. Turns out the message was from Irvin. The message was short, but his voice was... I know this is probably long done, but so in this message, Irvin said he said they'll do it again. It is, but I was thinking about it and well, so I figured, hey, I can do some sort of a remote investigation here. See what, there's gotta be a... Now, I happen to have a trustworthy contact. I'd need to pay in advance in case there are any... That works. I'll tell. You know, hearing Irvin's voice... No. I just don't want whoever heard him. I appreciate that. Hopefully poking around in old records doesn't catch the... Well, anyway. Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat. What's new? Right. Later.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Yeah?
Are you looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
What? No welcome committee? The Crimson Fleet needs better marketing.
Bog's grog is fine if you like cheap moonshine. Give me an earn.
If you got any spare creds or just need to unload some junk, head to the depot.
There you are.
It's about time. I was about to fly down and loot your bodies.
Not now, neighbor. Well, you said you found... That's it? Just one slate? After losing so much of our crew, it... Well, I'll be damned.
Never heard any stories about a Gal Bank ship going down. And even if it had happened...
No, neighbor. Think. If Gal Bank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten. Okay, this changes things. I'm sure he did not have a choice. People would kill to get a crack at a score this big. Let us start with what we know. It was a Gal Bank ship, which means the company is going to have records of where it went down. Neva, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a big-wig charity event on one of Trident's Starliners?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Ay, Dios mío. Will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That Starliner has a Galbank VIP suite aboard, which means...
Which means a Gal Bank exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the Gal Bank archives in New Atlantis. Holy shit, that might actually work.
Pack your bags, Rook. You go. And since you've earned it, take this gun with you. Might come in handy when Rokov screws everything up as usual. Good, because that is it. Neva and I are too well known to walk around the Starliner without being recognized. If Trident security spot, I need you to board that ship, make contact with Rokov, and get... You'd better. Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took what you said about Mathis into consideration, and I've decided to cut him from the fleet.
Honestly, I'm surprised he made it off Suvorov in one piece.
That's it then. Next stop for you is Rokov. And remember, Rokov does not need to know anything about Grixis legacy. For now...
Hey, Rook, before you head out, I need to have a word with you.
Hell of a job you did down there, Rook. Hell of a job.
Always listen to Delgado, unless you want to get keel-hauled across the key.
I always thought E-leeches were just pests. Never considered trying to raise one as a pet.
I want to talk. Thanks to you, Delgado's cutting me from the fleet. Well, you know what? You better get your own fleet. Because I'm... Oh, I see. You think you're some kind of big shot, is that it? Gonna show poor Mathis a little mercy now that you're Delgado's best. Well, guess what? Your generosity is getting me kicked off the key. And that means you better... I stayed to give you a message that you better start looking over your shoulder.
Oh, thanks for the hot tip on how to avoid basic ambushes. Did you read that?
Now get the hell out of me way! Hey, I wanted... Thanks to you, Delgado's cutting me... No, I'm not gonna try and talk you into handing me over all your hard-earned credit. I'm gonna take them off.
What the? You're still here?
Now get the hell out of me way! I told you, we're done. Now get the hell out of me face. Stay the hell away from me. I've got nothing more to say to you.
I'd say we should try to blend in, but everyone's too drunk to notice us.
right, look. I've been lining up a score with that asshole roll call from the Siren of the Stars for months. I'm not about to let a payday slip through my fingers. So guess what? You're gonna finish the job for me.
My friend's got a point, Bog. Every pirate in this joint comes to the Nova for a drink.
Seems to me, instead of trawling deep space for stick change, we got...
My score involves a one-time event being held aboard the Siren of the Stars. If anyone finds out the Crimson Fleet's aboard that starliner, the event will be canceled, and there's no way I'm gonna miss this window of opportunity. Of course she'll get a cut. That's how everything works around here. Why, Rokov's been tipping me off about some kind of bullshit charity event at the Siren. At the event, they're gonna give away something called the Earth Savior Award, which is worth tens. So it's simple. While you're on the Siren, swiping those gal-bait credentials, I want you to grab that award. Yeah, very funny. You're hilarious. You should stand up. Look, you can make all the jokes and excuses you want. But if you don't come back with the ES award, either way, I get my money.
Don't worry.
Then it's settled. All right, Rook. Because that's exactly what you are. Beneath all of that inexperience. So get used to hearing that. Stay sharp, Rook.
Need something?
I hope Bug has something strong enough to knock me out.
Folks here may seem strange and menacing, but they're just regular folks like us who happen to be strange and menacing.
Is something wrong? You're still standing. Empty that. Got some health issues you need help with? First time visiting the infirmary, huh? Try not to get into too many bar fights. Good to know. Now all I need... So here's what's what. You need med packs, curatives, preventatives, I've got you covered. You need enhancers, legal or illegal? Hopefully that won't... Now, if you don't need anything else, I've got a particular... Sure, whatever. Take care of yourself. Need some medical assistance? I'll be the judge of that. You pick a fight with a terrible? All right. Can't have you bleeding all over the place. There. You're good to go. Be careful. I don't have endless supplies, you know.
See any? If it's hard to find, hey, I'm always ready to take credit. Always a pleasure.
I wonder what the composition of air is here. I feel like I can detect a faint increase in oxygen.
Hey, if you want to pour credits, I carry most of the stuff. Occasionally. Just don't screw me over. Oh, we are. A little advice. You bleed for the fleet. Anyone who says up. Well, most people just. I bet I have. Done here? Fine by me.
Every captain here's earned their stripes, bleeding for the fleet.
UC'll never crush the fleet. They'd have to catch us first.
Too many missions, not enough time.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting.
I have something for you.
Nice. Clean set there.
Hello. I am satisfied to see that you survived your most recent sleep cycle. Hello. Greetings, Captain.
I got mess hall duty next week. Everybody's gotta take their turn.
You're back. Then things are moving forward. Perfect.
Nice job, Rook.
I was certain we'd fool Delgado, but never. She's a sharp one. Overcoming her scrutiny is no small matter. Did you discover anything worth reporting yet? Legacy. Wait a moment. Are you telling me Delgado may have...
Oh yeah, it's totally Crixus' legacy. It's at the end of a giant rainbow stretching through space. And you have to get it from 3 witches.
I understand your sarcasm. But you can't deny that this data involves both Crix and Legacy. In my mind, it bears further investigation.
I suppose it's possible, sir. Intelligence picked up a bit of chatter on that subject recently. We assumed it was some sort of tall tale or a story to attract recruits to their cause. Well, let's find out if Delgado's chasing ghosts, or he's smarter than we suspect. Let me see what we have here. Nope. There are no records of a Gal Bank transport named the Legacy in the database. I think Delgado's trying to manipulate you. What do you think, sir?
I think there's no record because Gal Bank is hiding something. Delgado's no fool. If he risked his own neck to get that information, then he must be on to something. We have to take this seriously. What's your next move? Clever, Delgado. Very clever. If I were in your place, I'd be trying to do the exact same thing. We can't let Delgado get his hands on what could potentially turn out to be the largest haul of credits the Crimson Fleet's ever seen.
Maybe I should head out to New Atlantis, sir. I could press the Gal Bank execs for information. Get ahead of everything.
No. Let's allow this to run its course. We have our agent here feeding us information. I think that's good enough for now. There's more to this than just finding the location of the transport. Jasper Crix was clever. For some reason, he never got there. And let Neva Mora take his place. Or Shinya Voss. Or any one of a number of pirates already gone. No. The solution is to stick to the undercover operation and determine how much of this is truly a credible threat. It's imperative that you do. If the Crimson Fleet gets its hands on a transport full of currency, it would be disastrous for the settled system. I need you to do whatever you can to bring us more information. And for God's sake, you're both dismissed.
I'm all ears.
I bet operations on the key are a clown show. Looking forward to reading your...
Captain. It is...
Stuff fast and get out of here. I'm anxious to see the stars again.
I was beginning to wonder if you weren't coming back.
Yes? Clamps released.
I have something for you. What's on your mind? Oh, right.
Anything you need to offload? Trade authorities always buy. Kiosk right here. Sure, have at it. Nothing for us to do.
Hello, Captain.
Back in the lap of luxury.
We're locking into orbit now. Never get tired of that. We have a clean dock, right on the money.
Captain, greetings.
About time you showed up. All right, I want to know what's going on. I've been trying to get Delgado's attention for, I don't know, 3 years now. And what do I get? Nothing but radio silence. Then out of nowhere, just when Neva and I are closing in on a huge score of our own, Delgado orders me to help you out. Yeah, I figured you'd say something like that. Just another one of Delgado's loyal little soldiers. So Neva's message said you were here for Dumbra. Was that all she sent you here to do? Or was there something else? Don't play games with me. We both know pinging a message back and forth to the key is going to take longer than we have. We're supposed to be working together on... Fine. Have it your way. So why are you targeting a Gall Bank exec anyway? Not exactly your average Crimson Fleet prey. Oh, I see. We're playing... Well, you might as well turn around and hop back aboard your ship because you're not getting near Dombrowski without me.
You want credits? A hug?
Well, it appears I don't want money. I want back into the Crimson Fleet. That's a disturbing way to put it. But I suppose Dombrowski's a full-timer aboard the Siren of the Stars. Probably spends more time cruising the space lanes than actually. Fortunately, the Siren is hosting the Terran Preservation Society charity gala. Larry won't be able to resist showing off his VIP clout. To get what you need, you're gonna have to attend the gala. Talk to his fellow philanthropy.
Oh, this is my cue. Step aside, mortals. Barrett is he.
Yeah, well, lucky for you, it's not black tie. This card will allow you to access the Starfield ballroom. If you need my help, I'll be... Head inside and mingle with the crowd. No one likes them. Now you're speaking. Oh, there's one last thing. Trident equips all of this, meaning that you lose patience and kill anyone aboard the ship. Security will be alerted and all hell will break loose. Anyway, They claim their goal is to celebrate the soul of the Earth, the culture, the people, and the ideals of the past. In their minds, in reality, this is what happens when folks with far too much time and far too much... Oh, I know plenty. Neva and I were working out something. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah? And I suppose it's just a I can't believe she's trying to cut me out of it. Without me, the award never would have ended up here. I spent months manipulating the terrain preservation system. I had to arrange the event to make sure that the award was up. When I got a message about Dubrovsky, I assumed she'd be tagging along to steal the award. But looks... Yeah? Funny. Fine, I'll help. But you're doing all the... So tell me, what's the status of your... Okay, then let me... Her name's Sheila Holbrook, and you can probably find her in the Starfield Bowl. I'd press her to reveal where the award's hidden, and we can... And if you're thinking of pulling the trigger on poor Miss Holbrook, remember that any gunfire is gonna set off the ship's alarms. You seriously need to ask. Okay. First, Gold Bank protects their own. Kill Dombrowski, and they send Ecliptic after every Crimson Fleet ship they can find. Not something Delgado wants, I suspect. And second, you offer Gal Bank employee in every single Gal Bank facility in the settled systems will triple their security. I'm gonna guess that won't help with whatever your plan. As long as you remember that I'm getting paid my cut, I'll help you with... What's the status of your plan? I once saw Neva strip down a UC security ship and sell the parts back to the UC through a shell. If that doesn't put your concerns to rest, I don't know. Now tell me, what up... Oh, and while you're at the gala, avoid the canapes. They're frozen, not fresh.
Trident must have spent a fortune equipping the ship with triple redundancy in almost every internal system.
Can't hear the engines, can you? You're not going to find better tuned engines anywhere else.
You're gonna wear yourself out if you carry all this stuff.
these newer vessels more or less run autonomously, which doesn't leave much for the crew to do around here.
I prefer swimming in bioluminescent hot springs under a sky full of moons, but hey, the pool is nice.
Crews run several times, and I can assure you that the route is quite safe.
Is this important? I don't have a lot of time for idle now. Yes, I'm extremely busy preparing for the awards. Yes, I am. Actually, I've been entrusted with the transfer of the award for the last 7 of its 9 years. Why do you ask? Well, the Earth Savior Award is one of a kind. The Blue Diamonds alone are irreplaceable. Since we can't produce a new award every year, it's instead passed from one recipient to the next. I supervise the transfer and make certain that there's ample security during transport and at the destination. Something on your mind? Care to share? Yes, it's quite marvelous, isn't it? Absolutely priceless. Alas, I'm afraid you'll just... It's far too valuable to be left anywhere else except the master safe located at the purser's office. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have...
So, what brings you aboard?
Don't forget to keep your star...
glad to have you aboard. Welcome to the purser's office. I'm Chief Purser Murata. How can I be of assistance? Oh, absolutely. The safe is magnetically sealed and shielded with multiple layers of fully damage-resistant, vacuum-proof plating. In the unlikely event our vessel is boarded and the threat detection alarm is triggered, the safe will be permanently sealed until it reaches port. In the even more unlikely event this ship is destroyed, we can assure you that your loved ones will be able to recover your goods from the wreckage. So, as you can imagine, an excellent question. My responsibilities include all of the Siren's financial, customs, and commercial goods transfers. Honestly, I really enjoy the work. I get to meet people at every port of call instead of being... Well, if you change your mind... I'm sorry. It's against Trident policy to... I don't want to lose my job. Why should... I'm glad you understand the position I'm in. All right, but you didn't hear this from me. Do you understand? I don't want to lose my... I like Captain Rokov, but I think he's mixed. I was bringing some paperwork to his quarters one day, and I found a slate with a message he received from someone named Delgado. That would normally be fine, but the message mentions the Crimson Fleet. As in, if you want to grab it, Oh, the safe is in the unlikely, in the even more. So, please let me know if there's anything I can do to make your stay more How may I assist you today? I've only seen it briefly myself, but unfortunately, the item is locked inside of our safe, which can... Is there anything else? Have a safe journey.
All posted safety and mustering instructions.
Quite a lovely story.
Must you continue these unwelcome interruptions?
Society, eh?
Not at all. I am completely confident that probably in a few days. I don't want the award transfer to actually occur until we're safely in order. Of course, if I keep getting interrupted, the ceremony might... Excuse me? And why in goodness name would I do... And why in goodness name would I possibly agree to... I hear you. I'm trying to be reasonable here. Maybe. Need to think about it. I hope I can trust... Oh, just take the damn thing already. Listen, maybe you can keep this between us. If the award...
I'm sorry, but unless you're reporting a security situation...
think. The crew barely had space to stand in their rooms. Right. This is the complimentary service where they hold all the fabulous riches right back there.
Lovely party, isn't it? Sorry, I'm busy right now.
There's nothing quite like the view from the Starfield ballroom. It's breathtaking.
Every day that I wake up in my bunk, I count my blessings to have been posted to a ship like the Siren of the Stars.
Between you and me, the best part of my job is getting a crack at all the leftovers from the dining area buffets.
If you have any specific requests, please speak to one of the crew's attendants.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
I certainly hope they decide to hold all future society events aboard the Starliner.
Have you tried the canapes? Horrid. Positively.
Hello. Are you a member of the society?
Here for business or pleasure? His behavior towards women is abominable. That man really ought to be ashamed of himself. You don't necessarily. Well, that was boring.
That view is absolutely spectacular, isn't it?
I heard he uses Galbank's VIP suites on the Siren of the Stars almost monthly. That's all then? Okay.
The society chair has really outdone herself. I'm a silver member of the society, but only 100,000 more credits, and I hit the gold tier. Larry has an A-level executive rating over at Galbank, which means he has access to everyone's accounts at the touch of a button. Nice to have met you. Here for business or pleasure?
So, what brings you aboard?
The ship's purser
Hello.
can assist you with any
Are
matters
you a
regarding the security.
It's a shame that the Earth ended in such a sorry state. But I'm glad the Society has the nerve to do something about it. The considerable amounts of cash that Dombrowski donates is the only reason we allow him to attend Society functions. Benjamin Bayou of Neon won the award the first time it was presented. But he dropped. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Quite a lovely Starliner. Nothing but the best for the Society, eh?
Have you tried the canopies?
The Society
Horrid.
chair has really...
Positively horrid.
Is this about that feature SSNN ran a few years ago? I can assure you, this is a legitimate chair. I missed out on the award to someone else last year, so this year I doubled my contribution. Let's put it this way. He screwed over so many people. If he suddenly disappeared from the universe, I don't think anyone would miss. Don't forget to donate to the cause.
That view is absolutely spectacular.
An open bar
isn't
would have
it?
been nice. It's critical that the Society keeps them. He's been spending a lot of time with Claudius Wist. Quality time, if you catch my meaning. Nice to have met you.
I certainly hope they decide to hold all future Society events aboard the Starliner.
Please remain in designated passenger.
Sorry. Do I... Okay, wait. Are you seriously... are you trying to pick me up? Look, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm already seeing someone, and my partner doesn't like competition. Who? Look, can you just cut to the chick? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? I told Larry to keep his big mouth shut, but did he listen? No. He had to impress his friends and treat me. Look, I've been in this business for a long time, and I know how this game works, so let's skip all the banter and get... What's it gonna take to make us both happy? If I give you dirt on that son of a bitch Dombrowski, all I'm doing is endangering myself. Why would I do that? Giving you the dirt on him will only... What the hell? Dombrowski has us mixed up with the Crimson Fleet? Oh, god damn it. I knew this would happen. I told Gabe and Larry nothing good would come of this, but they didn't listen. All right, you've made your point. You know, this whole thing. Larry and I had the perfect scheme where thousands of credits all worked out, and then he goes and flushes the whole thing down.
You're pissed off? Imagine how Dombrowski's gonna feel when we start stepping on his toes.
Good. I hope you crush them so badly he'll be unable to walk. Yeah, I'm getting... Larry got together with myself and this other guy, Gabriel Vera. He's some bigwig over at UC Security. I doctored the transactions, Larry wiped them off the system, and Vera kept the legal pressure off of us. We were scamming Galbank for months. It was going well until I discovered Larry was cheating everyone by changing each transaction in his favor before deleting them. was going to confront him back on Jemison, but then he invited me on this little trip through the stars. All expenses paid, first-class accommodations, the works. I figured, why not wait until I've milked him for every credit he's spending before I drop the hammer? Oh, I know he was... At the same time, he was saying how much he loved me. He was stringing me along and stabbing me in the back. I wish I had some. Maybe you should try talking to Gabriel Vera. He should be around. If he doesn't want to cooperate, just mention my name. That should grab his attention. What, are you writing a damn novel? Vera works for UC Security, so he kept a lookout on their comnet for any Galbank chatter. I guess you could call him our early warning system. And Dombrowski made sure that all of the crypto manipulation I was working on didn't turn up in Galbank's automatic audits. You need top clearance for that kind of access, so we had to cut him in, whether we liked it or not. I wrote a computer algorithm that basically creates a randomized number of false ghost credits that mimic the crypto key of actual credits. Then the algorithm simply passes the ghost credits to whatever legit transfers that the bank transacts. The genuine credits enter a dummy account. The best part is that I also alter the crypto keys as the real cash flows into our accounts. So, on paper, it appears that all of the bank's transactions are covered, when it's really just our ghosted I hope you hurt Dombrowski. Nail his ass right to the wall.
Return to your cabin in a quiet and orderly fashion. Any complaints about your cruise?
Jetpacks are the more traditional solution.
Hello. You here? Oh, absolute. I'm a firm believer that attending these types of events tends to absolve one of their sins, but something tells me you're not really here to discuss the event. What did you... Dombrowski, he's the exec holding court over in the VIP area of the ballroom. Yeah, sorry, I work for UC Security, not Galbank. I don't really... You mean specifically? Oh, I work for the Corporate Fraud Division. We monitor all of the major megacorp financials and transactions to ensure that nothing improper occurs. You're asking a lot of strange questions. What exactly do you want? Claudia sent you, did she? Look, friend, I don't know if you're just a little drunk, maybe a touch... Whatever you think you know about me, you're dead wrong.
Maybe I am a little drunk, but you're...
Worried? Why should I? Anything you try to report will boil down to your wording. And since I work for UC Security...
Excusez-moi?
Here for business or pleasure?
I saw your little exchange with Vera. Keep that up and I guarantee that imbecile's gonna... Which is why he's threatening you. That... We need hard evidence of their scheme. The problem is he's not gonna talk to you in public. We need to get Vera isolated so he'll spill everything. Yeah, that's smart. Kill Vera, or anyone else involved in his conspiracy, and then Dombrowski heads for the hills. Besides, you really want to ace a member of UC Security and have them breathing down your neck? You'll be the top story on SSNN. No, there has to be a safer way. Smart. If there's an emergency, standard practice is for all passengers to clear the decks and report to their cabins for lockdown. I think the best chance we have would be to tamper with the life support sensors. Manipulate a few controls, and you can fool the monitoring system into thinking there's a life support failure. And there you...
I'm not particularly inspired by your shining example of confident leadership here.
Don't worry. It'll be as easy as it was mingling with the guests at the party. Just throw a few... One more thing. If Chief Engineer Sundin gives you any trouble, tell him I'll erase that gambling debt he owes me. I prefer you use that as a last resort, but hey, what's the harm in losing a few credits when I'm on the brink of rejoining the fleet, right? Anyway, I better start packing. Things are getting hot around here, and won't be long before Trident figures. There's access to the crew section that you can reach through the Starview Ballroom. Chief Sundin should be there, wasting time. Once you're past Sundin, just look for the room marked Environment. All passengers are instructed to immediately report to their cabins. That way, we keep the halls clear and avoid a... Fortunately for us, all of the passenger cabin doors will automatic. This is normally to ensure the crew can check cabins quickly and without interference. But in our case, it's like having... On the surface, he's an upstanding citizen of the United Colonies, pretty high up in UC security. Underneath, he's a greedy piece of garbage. Given the chance, come to think of it, if he wasn't such a... Go do something useful, okay?
So, what brings you aboard?
Suddenly, we've entered a high-security medical bay. Didn't expect that. Okay, then.
Hold up. Wait a second. You're Captain Rokov's guest, right? Sorry to give you trouble. What can I do for you? I'm the Siren's chief engineer. Trident put me in charge of the entire tech team. We do our best to keep. Of course, this beauty is a cutting-edge piece of spacecraft design. Almost everything has triple redundancy. Unfortunately, that means there's quite a bit of downtime. Yeah, a little. A few of the techs call this deck the dungeon. I think you can see why. Not exactly Starliner-class comfort down here. Don't get me wrong. The quiet gives me time to gather my thoughts, catch up on work, and all that, but I'd rather work on the bridge. Oh, sorry, that area's off limits. No exceptions. No, sorry. Trident regulations strictly prohibit. Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, it's just that... Oh, really? Tell you what, I'm just going to step out. Maybe you can hold it. Whatever you do, don't break anything, or I'll be out of a job.
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
Oh, great. Everyone cleared out of the buffet. That's always a bad sign.
All passengers.
I was wondering if you were the cause of the ship-wide It's time you stop playing games.
A ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
First of all, you're in no position to demand anything. And second, there's no way I'd possibly... Claudia said that. That means my money's already gone. And Dombrowski's going to walk away. I'd love to see the bastard fry. But if I give you that information and it falls into the wrong hands, Dombrowski had the authorization to wipe out records on Galbank's system without raising any red flags. I let Claudia talk me into that. She said she had him wrapped around her finger. Apparently. Oh, I've got everything you're gonna need. This is a one-stop shop. We're talking a slate loaded with dates, account numbers, ID scans, even an audio recording. It was my little insurance policy in case the shit hit the fan. There's a solid enough trail here to send Dombrowski straight to jail. At least I walk away with something. All right, here. With this slate and this recording to tie it all together, you'll be able to nail his ass to the wall. Just remember that you promised to leave... Well, since Claudia has been spending time disgustingly close to Dombrowski. On the other hand, I've got very, very special plans for Larry. I have some friends that can... That's... if you leave... All I can tell you is that there's more than a few people at Mast who find Commander Akande to be a huge pain in the ass. I mean, the UC is aware that the Crimson Fleet is a problem, but it pales in comparison to the issues with the Freestar Collective. Akande's loaded with big-picture ideas, but not a ton of evidence to put them into action. And frankly, it's driving my superiors crazy. Wait a moment. Are you telling me that this scheme is getting so out of hand, it also involves the Crimson Fleet? That's all I need right now. Enemies on two fronts. Just because I'm helping you nail Dombrowski doesn't mean I'm turning my back on UC security. How else am I going to ensure that he ends up behind bars when all this comes crashing down? No. You can leave me out of your merry little band of pirates, thank you very much. You better tell Dombrowski to run, because if you don't kill him, I will.
Hey, Captain. Can I talk with you for a bit? Hey, so I'm really enjoying our time together. Thought you should know. It's been a long time since I worked with someone so closely. And you haven't stopped me from looking into this stuff with Irvin either. See, that's what makes you a good captain in my book. On that note, I do have some news about it. So, I wanted to let you know that I heard back from my contact. And I think they sent me a copy of some public records. There was a claim filed against Irvin. Looks like Irvin didn't even enter a plea.
And remain there until you receive further instructions.
Well, if it was Irvin. Anyway, this mining corporation have faced us. They said he killed the apex predators in the area around the mine, which led to hurt. That caused the soils to release too many gases too fast, which caused... They claim the creature he killed was a critical hive species that caused a cascade effect when they were killed off. Irvin killed the equivalent of a queen bee, and the whole hive collapsed, basically. It looks like they considered him a no-show and ruled. So anyway, according to the court documents, there was a witness who was a no-show too. Then they tried to take his apartment, but because it's in my name too, they couldn't. I didn't know he bought it. Must have been a better deal than renting for the time he was there. They withdrew their testimony the morning of the trial. Said they had a sincere change of heart. That doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. And if nothing else, I just want to... So here's what I was thinking. I can persuade... I don't want to press our luck. So I'll just ask, should I tell them to investigate the company? Knowing why this corporation did this. You know, this investigation is time-consuming, but it's also pretty cathartic. And who knows? Maybe if we solve this case, it'll mean a better future for Gagarin. But that's thinking too far ahead. Anyway, Captain, thanks for checking in with me.
Haven't you squeezed enough out of me?
Passengers are being asked to return to their cabins at this time.
Well, well. You must be the one who's been accosting Claudia and Gabriel. I'm uncertain what you hope to accomplish here, but it appears we should rapidly enter into some sort of negotiation.
All passengers, may I have your attention, please? The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins.
You don't actually believe that I'd venture into such precarious criminal territory without a proper bird's-eye view of this. I'm uncertain why you've become entangled in this spider's web. Au contraire. First, it's clear that you've obtained insider knowledge of my arrangement to defraud Gal. And second, I'm going to hypothesize that my compatriots are despondent. Since we're speaking and I'm not at the reporting end of a bullet, this leads me to conclude that you desire something I pride myself on having an intensely thorough education, though I'm sure that your compliment also meant you were having, in blunt terms, you have compromising materials about me. I assume that's what you've been
Rather astounding that you deciphered our communication attempt. It only took you a minute more than we expected for you to work through the calculus and participate in the discussion. But the rat models are notoriously unpredictable.
Obviously, that wouldn't be my preference, but I have... Though Larry Dombrowski will be mysteriously vanishing after this cruise, and possession of the credentials becomes ludicrous at that point.
The captain has declared a ship-wide emergency. Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion.
Well, I'm surprised you even posed that question at all. The last thing I'd want to do it. Oh, it was actually a rather easy. It's the only thing of significant value. It appears we've reached an accord. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me simplify that for you. It sounds like we have a... Oh, of course, I trust you'll understand if I ask for us to avoid... Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to formulate how I'm going to utterly ruin two very annoying business associates.
Sorry. I was lost in a memory for a moment there. How can I help?
There's no cause for alarm. I'm sure this is just a minor malfunction or a drill. Our security team would appreciate if you'd please show...
Well, looks like everything worked out. I wish you hadn't blown away the gambling debt that Sandine owed me. But hey, I'm glad you feel that way. Just remember to tell Delgado how much... You know, I'm still wondering exactly what you needed those credentials for. Of course. Anyway, I suppose there's nothing stopping me from rejoining. It's been a long time coming.
Please report to your cabins in an orderly fashion and remain there until you receive further instructions.
Don't worry, it's not an insult. It's a very old Russian word for comrade. It's... nonsense. If there's one universal constant you can depend on, it's that Yevgeny. Well, I suppose this is where we part company. Hopefully the next time we meet,
Let's get out there and do something new today, shall we?
This ship is in a state of emergency. Please return to your cabin immediately.
matter how long we're gone, it's always good to be